Hello. Hi. How you doing? Welcome. Welcome. Hope you're doing good. Hi, Chip. Hi, Mama Dragon. And hi, Dragon Colony. Welcome. Yeah. I'm feeling a little bit... a tiny bit of... I think I'm feeling a tiny bit of tired. It's fine now, right? I'm feeling a tiny bit of tired. It's because I have a little bit of hypo symptoms early this morning around 6 a.m. And I woke up for a little bit and I have to take care of the hypo symptoms for a little bit. Low blood sugar essentially. So that's why maybe I feel a little bit blurred today, but it's only like a tiny issue, right? It's nothing too bad, honestly. Just a little bit, just a little bit of a bit, but it's fine. Still, hope you're doing good. I can continue playing Halo 2? Yeah, I think that's Halo 2. Yeah, that's Halo 2. I think I stopped at cutting the cable. Yeah, I stopped at cutting the cable and then something happened and then I closed the game after and then we had a bit of a chat after. Yeah, I mean, everything... at least these days, I've been reaching out to a lot more people. Well, a lot more people that I truly trust, I would say. And I've been feeling much better lately, right? If you guys remember, I've been talking a little bit about... I did mention a little bit about my... the communication or relationship issue I had on Wednesday night. So yeah, with about that, right? I have been trying to take my mind off of it for a bit. I was like, yeah, it's okay. I can... The thing is, what I realized yesterday, right? Since I didn't stream yesterday, so I was trying to reach out to more people and talk to them and play Baroni with Metal as well. It was nice. So I realized something that I didn't even know about is that I can be happy. I can be happy without him. Right? So in the meantime, while I wait for him, might as well just not dwell on it too much, right? And I can be happy without him. So that's a very valuable information that I got. I'm feeling much better today. Heck yeah.
Bark bark,
Oh.
It's the good Kobo. What a good girl. Quick, everyone give her pats.
Wait. Hi Evie. Hi Mars. Oh my god, Tekken. And hi Jameson. Boop. Wow, Kobold. Kobold. I'm the Kobold, I think. You might have to cut the cable again, but it shouldn't be too far back. Yeah, I mean, it shouldn't be too much of an issue. I didn't press the restart button. I only pressed save and quit, so it should load me back to a checkpoint. Yeah, a checkpoint that's not too far back. That's a great thing to have realized. Happy for you. Thank you. Thank you. I will drink. I refilled water. Hope Evie and Mars are doing good. No, honestly, hope everyone here is doing good. I might sound a little bit blurred because I had a bit of a low blood sugar early this morning, so that's why I feel a little bit of the aftermath here, and I feel a little bit blurred, but it's only like a small issue. I will be completely fine in just a bit, I think. I need to open up. Oh yeah, hello. Unban request from the troll is they denied. Oh, I didn't see what they said. Oh, wait, I wanna look. How do I check unban requests? Oh, I see the mod actions here. Oh wow. But last stream, yeah, it's the person, right? Yeah, it is. Oh, I need to see. Oh, there it is. I found it. Ready to receive unban request. Oh, it doesn't show up here. They were just like, sorry for having different opinion as the request. Oh, it didn't show up here. I wanted to see what they thought about their own actions, but if that's their general like unban request direction, then yeah, no. Sorry for having different opinion. That is so condescending. Oh my god. Interesting unban request. Hi Ion. Welcome. It was bad. It's so condescending. It's crazy. Well, it's good. Let me open. That's why I deny without checking with you. Good deny. Let me. Where's my? Oh yeah. My hello. There. Okay. I'm surprised I actually submitted an unban request, but yeah. I need to go luck because of work. I wish you a lot of happy. Thank you, Chip. Good luck with work too. Yeah, it's that guy. It's all good though. If you go into mod actions under the username tab mod view, you can see fully. Apologies for having a different opinion than you. Hope you have a nice day. Oh my god. Oh wait, really? Give me a second. I'm very curious. I need to explore more with the mod view, honestly. I need to be a competent mod myself as well, so if I click the username. Didn't know you could see the request again either, to be honest, till I looked. I don't see the request. I banned him. And then all I see is unban request denied by Evie. It's okay. I don't see what they said, but you already told me, so Thank you, Evie. I would need to be a competent mod as well for my own streams. America, the best country, by the way. Well, they, you know, they did say one of the best, but still pretty bad. While mod view, click the main in mod actions and the tab, then the tab pops up over on the right side. Yeah, one of. Still. Here. I got this. When the mod view, click the name in the mod actions. And denied. Oh, it didn't show. '80th on the Freedom Index, by the way. I think I can show my mod view. Yeah, I showed it before, it's fine. Send me DM? Okay. Oh, I don't see that. Ooh. On 2051. Yeah, I don't see that. Is that a Merry Christmas? Hope you have a nice day. Oh my god, it's so condescending. Oh my god. thanks for the DM, Evie. For the record, this is what I see. Let me hide myself for a bit. No. I only see this, but not the unbanned request thing, so yeah. But I trust Evie, so it's fine. Don't ban Dragon, I'm sorry. No. Gonna click the tab below the red mod actions. Oh, right. I see it now. I see it now. Oh, thank you, Evie. Oh, I'm dumb. Oh, you can have mod comments on a person as well. Wow. Oh, there's warnings and timeouts and bans. Oh, apologies for having a different opinion. Oh, it's so funny. I'm ready to play some Halo. Heck yeah. Thanks again, Evie. Alright, let me... Boom. It's okay. I won't ban Dragon unless the dragon is being a bad dragon. Then, well, Cobalt still need to stand her ground and ban. There should be Cobalts in Halo. I know, right? I mean, those grunts, those Covenant grunts sounds like a Cobalt, but they don't look like one. There's Workshop, right? What if people can like import model of Cobalts as grunts? Oh my god, I forgot how loud that was. But only when they're friendly with you, because no hurt Cobalt. Oh my god, true, yeah. Hurting Cobalt makes Cobalt sad. Oh, wait, I hope this thing still works. Please don't break. I don't restore my PC again. I'm a well-experienced mod. I can definitely feel that now. Do you know about the lead mod role 2 in Twitch, right? If I had that, it would allow me to appoint temporary monster emergency zone and remove VIPs. Oh, I don't know about the lead mod role. Is it like... It's not editor, right? But it's like a lead mod? I would love to know more about the lead mod thingy. Alright, let's play Halo 2. Oh my god, why is the game so laggy? Same sort of place to end VIPs manually? Oh, I know about that place. I'll look into it after I play Halo then. Or, yeah, this soon. Let's play some Halo. I want a dual wield gun still. Dual plasma pistol is so good. But now with the energy sword, it'll be so heckin' fun. I mean, I was having tons of fun with the energy sword, honestly. It's just one shot. Shoot out you right after the traitor locked himself in the room? Maybe top of the shaft? Oh, probably. We'll see, we'll see. Send you a DM with the Twitch for your description to lead mod. Okay, I'll take a look at it after. Thank you, Evie. Oh, actually, it's a link, right? Oh, it's oh wait. Because I type that. Oh. Wait, I'm looking at something real quick. Functions. Oh. Oh. Oh, the hammer is the lead moderator. Oh. Streak broke? Uh-oh. Oh, it could have been the stream on Wednesday. I'm sorry, Arco. After the cables were cut? That's honestly pretty nice. Wait, can I just like leave? No. Oh, I cannot just leave out. Okay. That's fair. I'll do it after then. Also, hi Arco. Welcome. Alright, I think I remember how to play this game. Only natural roles manager. Fair. It is a very intricate role, so that's very understandable. I'll keep the mic a little bit closer to my mouth. I think this game is a little bit on the louder side. Morning, Arco. Should I be doing some more? I didn't know. This way is good to test images and mods can be appointed if needed. Usually it's chill enough here. I'm glad it's chill enough here. Wouldn't want to deal with too many blame in my chain. Look at that. Bird feet. Oh, I'm falling constantly. I don't think there's something that I need to do here. Unless... Ah. Is this bad? Oh, this is bad. Then you go back down the room he locked himself so he can kill the blasted traitor. Okay. Bad evil 20 no good guy traitor to the fanatic cult. I already forgot who's good, who's bad. I just need bullets. There we go. Got him. Are you good? Are you bad? I assume they're bad, right? They were shooting at me. Oh my god, I don't know what I'm doing anymore. That was bad. I forgot who bad. Just need bullets. I need bullets. You can do add quote if you want. It's like exclamation mark add quote in one word. And then the quote.
The truth and the covenant. The Arbiter is here. Let it come.
God, I love the sword. Don't think I should use it too much
Are you
though.
still alive, Arbiter? We're keeping pace as best we can.
It did not work? No way. Is the bot out? No. Sorry, Mars. Wait, let me check. I should have checked the stream, the cloud bot thingy. Ow. And cloud bot is weird sometimes. Like it's activated, but it just doesn't work. Okay, it says active. Let me do that for you and try. Oh. Okay, I just have to restart the bot. Hi, yeah. That's so weird. Thank you, Marcy. Silly bot. I don't think I go down there. I don't think it's a good idea to jump down. Unless... Oh.
The Oracle must be saved.
Would you ever be a Robocobo? Robocobo? I don't know. Or jumping works, so I guess the fall damage will take effect. It's okay. I don't think I took any fall damage though over there, which was kind of weird. But I'll take it. That was dangerous. Give me a sword, thank you. Beep boop presses Terabot buttons. Uh-oh. Terabot just yips. Doesn't do anything. Ooh, I should throw more nades, honestly. Oh wait, I forgot I thought a flashlight. It is... what am I? I couldn't... I don't think I'm supposed to be here. Every single button is just a yip button. Yeah. The fun button. Oh, there's another door. Oh, I just went to the wrong door. Yep.
What's Lotus? You'll never escape this mountain on an abandoned. Wait, the hand.
got him. Cute three? Where? You? Well, I see a cute couple. Hey, Nick.
And that was a weird section. You mean you mean Desi or Mama Dragon? CD balloon, a very cute one. Dead or alive? Actually, just dead. Look, I do it first. A very snuggly balloon. Whoa! Oh shit! Oh shit! Right side has a sword, man. Seek! No, if I do it first. Got him. We got booped. It was a painful poop. Where? Oh.
Whoa, where'd you guys come from? Oh. Well, can't even see anything in here. Hi, Swift. Have a good life, Swift. Thank you. Got a green bean badge. Looks adorable. Is it updated yet? No, I see it, I think. Lost Ark Anniversary? Oh. Game's a little dark here. Oh, sword. Oh, oops. Please sophisticated. Watch Lost Ark for 6 hours. What's Lost Ark? Restore button. Yeah. Thanks for the new sword. Lost Ark looks like a Diablo-like game. Oh. I mean, I guess the only Diablo-like game that I'm looking forward to is Path of Exile 2. Considering that I can place a fully fledged dragon. Yeah. It's locked. Just left stream reform with other things. That's fine. Yo-Yo Boy, oh, thank you Yo-Yo Boy for 10, oh my god, 10 stream streak. Thank you, hope you're doing it. Path of Exile 2. Oh my god, this thing is tinky as fuck. Master of the Stories 3 demo? Oh. Demo? Wait, there's a demo for Master of the Stories 3? Why did they never announce that? Yeah, can you ever give the same games too loud? Is it too loud? It was Path of Exile 2, if you cannot hear me just now. How big is Monsanto Storage 3? I'm curious. Monster Hunter Stories 3 Twister Reflection. It is a bit loud. This section is low noise. Ah, crap. Oh, it's coming out at March 13? That's pretty close, I think. Add to library. Trial version. There, I have the trial version now. Oh, you guys cannot see what I did. It's okay. I was just on Steam adding the demo to my Steam library. Here, let me turn down the over volume a little bit then. That's pretty small. Okay. Thank you, Narix. It's only like 13 gigabytes? Heck. Okay, 85. It's like a mini trailer during the direct. Oh. Oh, they have a weak point? Whoa.
you, Mr. Spock.
Hmm?
Good. That's a turbo, right there. Pat, 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 pat. There we go. Perfect head pats for a good girl.
I like pet pet. Pet pet makes me happy.
Prepare yourself.
Got him. See a link on the of the trailer. It's like 1 minute, but yeah, that's a really tiny trailer for Master of the Stories tree. Kind of surprised, but then again, it's Nintendo. Is it Nintendo Direct? Oh,
10, heretic.
Arbiter, I would rather die by your hand than let the prophets lead me to slaughter.
Who has taught you these lies?
oh,
The Oracle.
Hello, I am 343 Guilty Spark. I am the monitor of Installation 04.
Ask the Oracle about Halo. How they would sacrifice us all for nothing.
More questions? Splendid. I would be happy to assist you.
oh shit!
The elites are blind, Arbiter. But I will make them see.
What just happened? No.
By the Oracle's light.
Ow! They never miss. Okay, come here. Boss fight time?
Unfortunate. His edification was most enjoyable.
I had no choice, Holy Oracle. This heretic imperiled the great journey.
Oracle, great journey. Why do you meddlers insist on using such inaccurate verbiage?
Oh, GG.
That is the Oracle.
So it is. Come, we are leaving this system.
Easy boss but still cool, yeah. I think that's like the first time they implemented a quote-unquote boss fight, huh? In Halo. Hi, Bad Gamer.
Ultimate boss fight. The headpat monster tilde prepare thy head for headpats.
I like that boss. That boss can head pet the couple anytime. Hmm? Yay.
Report! Both engine cores respond to 0. We're drifting. Archer pods are cold. I'll need to rekey the system.
Do it. Find out where we are. Sorry for the quick jump, Sergeant. You in one piece?
I'm good.
Lilac, oh my god.
Chief?
It's been a long
You're
time.
fine.
Wait, let me pause this for a bit. Welcome, Raiders. Oh, you're playing Vintage Story? Nice. Hope it was fun. Thanks for the raid. Also, welcome everyone for the raid. I'm Tiara. I'm a kobold. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits. I love dragon bits, and I do art sometimes. Welcome.
Yep.
Rad. Hi. Welcome. Hope you are doing good. I'm just experiencing Halo for the first time here, so.
Ma'am, there's an object. Coming into view now.
Cortana, what exactly am I looking at? That is another Halo.
Oh, another Halo?
Say what?
So this is what my father found. I thought Halo
Thank
was some
you,
sort
Queenie
of
Bee.
super weapon.
It is. If activated, this ring will cause destruction on a galactic scale.
I want all the information you've got on the first Halo. Schematic, topography, whatever. I don't care if I have the clearance or not.
Yes, ma'am.
Where's our target?
The enemy ship has stopped above the ring, ma'am. We're going to pass right over it.
Perfect. Given what we know about this ring, it's even more important that we capture the Prophet of Regret. Find out why he came to Earth, why he came here. Chief, take first platoon. Hard drop. Secure our landing zone. Sergeant, load up 2 flights of Pelicans and follow them in.
Aye, aye, ma'am.
Till I
Ooh,
can
so
move and
cool.
fight, I'm going to keep a low profile. Once you leave the ship, you're on your own.
Understood.
Over the target in 5.
Hang on to your helmet.
Wow. Oh yeah, of course, if you need any potion for get some rest, get
Mind
some
the
food,
bump.
get some drink. Very important. Chicken? Yo, Master Chief is so
Possibly
cool.
make any more noise? I guess so.
Master Chief is so cool. Hell jumpers. What other gun? Okay, green good. Ooh, needle. Oh, am I dead? I like dual pistol. I cannot throw bombs like that. Ay, 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 ay.
Hey, you fellas better keep up.
Nice, got more bullets. Oh, I don't know what happened.
Not bad, Brain. We'll let it go to your head. 6 points on that one.
Oh. What happened? Something is constantly hurting me. And my PC constantly lagging. What?
Got another contact. Who's with me? I'm with you.
Oh wait, that's friendly.
I'll get him.
I constantly feel like there's something hitting me without me knowing.
Hey, come on, mate. I'm just a human.
What a flip.
Artillery disabled, Sergeant. Landing zone secure for the moment.
I hear you. Starting our approach. Hang tight.
Easier said than done. Inbound Phantoms, Chief.
Phantoms? Oh, this is the sniper, right? Sniper. I guess we're defending something, or...
Target in sight. Take him down. Yeah, I see him. I see him.
Can we hit that? Oh.
I
Anyway,
know you're there.
I'm stuck.
You big-footed, ugly sucker.
Hmm.
Incoming! Keep it up, boy. Keep it up.
I don't think I can sniper. Oh.
There you are.
Nice. Alright.
Another Phantom on approach.
And can we even destroy Phantom? I guess we're just here to like defend this place for now. Oh my god.
Eyes open! Come on! You split-chin bastard! Man, it's in there tight.
I hate it. Oh my god. I can't even aim. I don't like when I get hit and then it just like unscopes me. It's like, troublesome. I should just like go down and just use pistols. Yeah. Okay, who's hitting me? I don't understand.
That didn't sound too good, did it?
Hold here until the Pelican arrives, Chief.
Oh, okay. Yeah, this is kind of a weird stage.
Here comes that ride!
I'll make the game back up to like 91.
I got a good view coming in. There's a big building in the middle of this island's lake.
I saw it too. It looked like a temple. If I were a megalomaniac, and I'm not, that's where I'd be.
So this stage is definitely a change of pace, especially after being the arbiter for a while. Yeah, I think the pace is like too drastic of a change.
Red, saddle up, we're moving out.
Can they drive? They can drive, let's go. I would rather shoot, honestly. Are you stuck? Oh, I thought you were stuck. Wow, advanced AI.
It's like a postcard, man. Dear Sarge, kicking ass in outer space. Wish you were here.
I heard that, jackass.
Jackass.
The Covenant has control of the bridge ahead. They're going to try and bottle us up on this side of the gorge.
Oh wow, I feel like letting the AI drive is like so cool.
The controls to extend the bridge should be in this structure.
Watch that, Chief! Race on the far side! Hey, get ready now! Heads up!
I don't think I can destroy that, no? I can destroy this.
Get home, man! Here's another one!
Nice. They kind of destroy themselves. Nice driving. Oh, Brick, you flew pretty good. Oh, that's from the start,
Here it
no?
comes! Hey, careful!
Oh, did I destroy it with my gun? I did, holy shit. I didn't think it was possible. Why does it look like you're just driving in a loop now? Oh. Do you want me to get in there? Well, I guess I can do that. Bye bye. I need another gun. There should be some lying around. Good enough. Alright, let's go. Need to activate the bridge in the building. Ah, okay. Is this the thing that I'm gonna do? Aren't you the prophet? Nice eyelashes, holy shit. I think that's the prophet.
Good, the bridge is down. Now about those rings.
Roger that. Armor's on the way.
Another one? I need to find the car again. Aha, I wonder what happened here. Oh! Give. My time to destroy. Hell yeah! Oh yeah? Too bad I'm a tank. This is such a big upgrade. Oh yeah? Whoa. Oh! Holy, how many flips was that? God damn, that was like 10,000 flips. Oh, the car is smoking a lot. You break it, you buy it. I break what? Ooh, gets light. I didn't even notice they got behind me. Pink's great. Okay, let's keep going. What the heck? Who was shooting at me? I don't know if I destroyed them. Okay, I saw you. You should have hit longer. Alright, we could. Morning, Brainpop. It's morning now for me. It's afternoon here, but hey, close enough. Oh, if it's morning for you, then is it? I'm sorry for assuming, but are you from Germany? I don't know what time it is for me. For me, it's 1:49 p.m. currently. You are? Oh my god, time zones! I can count. Yeah, it's about 12、19、87。Yeah, it's about 6 hours difference, 6 or 7 hours. I'm glad I was right. I'm kinda surprised. Hope you're doing good right now. Always nice to see Dragon. I couldn't get out of my ship. So, because I don't have anyone on the ship, when they get in, I die? Well, fair enough, I guess. Using tank might not be the good idea here, since I cannot aim down. Alright, let's deal with this on our own. I got this, I think. Again, I think I said this, I think I mentioned this before, but this is what I mean by just the right amount of music, right? The music is not overwhelming. Like usually for like action games like this, the music usually would be more bombastic, but this one is just like just the right amount of action. Just the right amount. It's so good. I don't know how they manage it, but it's so amazing, honestly. I don't feel overwhelmed. I don't. It's great. There we go. Yep. Kobo likes yep. Oh, I don't know what he's trying to achieve, but well, too bad for you. Are they trying to run me over? I think they're trying to run me over. Oh, they buffed the damage of plasma rifle, but they nerfed the accuracy. Interesting choice, honestly. I like it. Very new place, explore and move forward, but not pressure to do it too fast. Good amount of pressure from a musical tempo and feeling. Exactly. That's a really nice explanation. Yeah. Something like that. I don't know if it's like a good comparison, but I feel like Doom has a nice feeling to it as well. Albeit not like the old Doom, since the old Doom has like music constantly for every stage. I would say Doom Eternal, since it's the first Doom, quote unquote. Yeah, first Doom that I played and the first experience I got. It's like when the music goes ballistic, it's very intense, but with the visual and everything that you do, I think it makes sense, right? And then when everything calms down, it's time for exploration. The music shuts up, not completely, but the music slows down. Like it becomes like a chill pace, right? Like sound design, musical design plays such a huge role in game. Like it's crazy. Hi guys, two lines Halo 2? Yeah. Nice. New gun. Whoa.
Careful, we're coming up on another structure.
rifle, like the plasma weapon feels really good in this game, honestly. I like it. I don't know how I missed it. I'll take it. You have to replace Halo 2 and try out the... Oh. No wonder I keep getting shot. There's enemies everywhere. Trying the out of bounds limit gameplay, it's really fun. Out of bounds limit gameplay? Not too sure what that means. I should drink. Boop. What? You're in the gameplay map, but the out of bounds is going off the design map, designated map area, and can still do things. Isn't that like some sort of a glitch? Question mark? Glitch style gameplay? Where did that turret come from? What the heck? At least that's easier. There's a lot of way to get out of bounds without glitching. Not even glitching, more like using game mechanics and jumping to do it. Like on this map, we just need a ghost to do it. I think I'll play by the rules for now.
The Covenant holed up in the middle of this structure. We need to clear them out.
Who the fuck keeps operating this fucking turret? I think he's just gonna keep respawning. Yeah, looks like it. Oh. Numbers? Oh my god. It's almost 2 years. Thank you, numbers. Yeah, look at numbers. Numbers amazing. There's always a lot of enemy squads that will spawn and make their way to you to try to keep you pressured. So endless enemies then. Okay, okay. I haven't been streaming like 3 weeks. Like, even if I'm in the bounds of gameplay, I just don't know where I'm going, so imagine going out of bounds, I'll be so confused.
They're all pouring out of the middle. Let's get in there. Pelican inbound. Let's clear a landing zone.
All right. There's helpers now. Sniper feels pretty bad. I mean, sniper don't feel as good.
Unless you're digging a grave back there.
Come on!
That right?
Got him. Having a co-op guide would be easier and more fun to doing with? I never did the sniper in the remaster honestly bad. Kobo wounds me. I mean, it doesn't feel as bombastic. When I hit them, it doesn't feel like anything hit them. That's how I feel with the sniper rifle with that few shots, I feel like.
Got another hostile! Grenade! Tell me if you see
Come on, press!
Kobo didn't mean to warn Mama Dragon. Ooh. The cave? Ooh. Yeah, off the rock through the bush, nothing but jackal. Uh-oh. Nothing but jackal? Sounds painful. Hi, Slim. Welcome, Ruby. Cobalt Seas Cave. You not activated. I like cave. Cave good. And cave feels like Cobalt home. Did you just...
You always bring me to such nice places.
another enemy! Come get me! Drag out!
Did they just like like jumping down? Uh-oh. Trying to start something? You walk towards me. What are you doing? I think I lost my entire shield with just one shot. We take those. You sure did? Oh, legendary, they just kill you in one shot? Oh. Can't say that I like that. Hello. Oh. Oh. It's them. Oh my god. Well, you guys are gonna watch. You guys are gonna listen to. Whatever that is. Grubhub ad? Yeah, Grubhub ad 4 times. Welcome everyone. Hello. Hi Val. Hi Hurst. Hi Jing. Hi Bucket. Look at all of you. Hello. Wow, wow. Everyone getting shouted out. How was Vintage Story? Thank you, Evie. I think I only stopped by for a little bit watching you guys play Vintage Story for a bit. Oh, hope it was fun. Welcome in. Hope you are doing good. Heck yeah. Welcome in, Raiders. There's a cooldown? Oh, I didn't know there's a cooldown. Also, welcome in, Raiders. I'm Tiora. I'm a kobold. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits. I love dragon bits. And I do art sometimes. Welcome. Hope you're doing good. Well, the funs are a bit of mining and metal forging for my first time. Ooh. I heard Vintage Story is like very... well, thank you, Evie. Vintage Story is not like Minecraft where you just mine the things and shove it into furnace and do its things, right? It's more like down-to-earth kind of crafting? Question mark? Is how I would describe it. I'm not too sure. How's it going? Going pretty good. Heck yeah. I've been playing Halo for the first time. Finished the first one. And then now I'm playing the second one. Pretty fun so far. And some annoying parts, but it's fine though. Going for a nap? Have a good nap, Evie. So, if any of you need post-stream care, get some food, get some drink, get some rest, definitely go do them. Very important. It's more like a survival game rather than a building game. There's common steps to a lot of stuff. Yeah, I think I saw people play Vintage Story for a bit. It's more complicated, definitely. Well, I'm glad it was fun. Heck yeah. I'm just here being scared because I died a lot of times here. Okay. Wow. Didn't think I was gonna be so... What? What? Hi, Nina. Good luck when I watch my cat. She got spayed yesterday and needs attention. Of course, of course. And take care of Kitty. Thanks for the lurk. appreciate. Who's shooting at me? Oh.
Hello and welcome.
Thank you, Luna. Oh, that's the gun. Wait, I just realized. This is good, I think. Thanks for the alert. Where do I go? Am I supposed to go down? Question mark? Boxes are theorized to be charging stations by a lot of people. Oh, I mean they have like guns inside. In the way they are kind of a charging station. What? Ah, that looks weird. Uh-oh. Didn't I jump down from here? Yeah, I did. Oh, sword! I'm changing it. I found the best thing. Wait. Master Chief can use the sword as well?
We're approaching another structure.
Oh,
Should
okay.
be the lake access point we've been looking for.
Wasn't I here just now already? Cave. Exit is crossed where enter and was closed when taken two jackals and confused where she was getting shot from. Oh, it is here then, okay.
Good. Still no word about In Amber Clad on the Covenant BattleNet. It's odd. The Covenant know we made landfall, but they don't seem to consider us a very serious threat. Boy, are they in for a big surprise.
Maybe they're dealing with something else. Feels like the game is loading me up for something. Oh, The reload takes like 10 years. No. This. Oh my god. Who can play that game? Holy, they're strong. Oh my god. Grey Fox Guardian. Good evening. Hello. Welcome. First time fighting Honor Guard elites? They're not P elites anymore? I couldn't one-shot them with sword. That's cray. They're one step above P elites? Oh. No, the sword doesn't one-shot them. That was kinda scary. Oh. Regret? You heard the lady. Locate the prophet. Take him down. Delta Halo. So this entire forest is located within Halo? Like, am I in Halo right now or on Halo actually? I think on would be more accurate.
Wait, go back. That's what I thought he said. The Prophet of Regret is planning to activate Halo.
Are you sure?
I shall light this holy ring, release its cleansing flame, and burn a path into the divine beyond.
Pretty much.
Commander, we've got a problem.
So I hear. But from what I understand, the Prophet will need an object, the Index, to activate the ring.
Check.
Very similar to the one you found in the first Halo. If the rings work the same way, the Index should be inside.
I'll bet the Covenant are thinking the exact same thing.
Then we better beat them to it, Sergeant. Extract your men and meet me at the library.
Yes, ma'am.
I'll secure the Index, Chief. You take out the Prophet. He's given us all the intel we need.
Okay, the cutscene, right? They reworked the cutscene so much? Question mark.
Hey, aye. This ain't good, brother. All over me.
Who the fuck is shooting at me?
Making fun of you.
It is well hidden.
Come on, Amita!
Cheeky monkey.
Cheeky monkey. Got him. My PC died for a bit there.
I think the Forerunners built these new structures around the old to protect them, honor them. Pure speculation, mind you. I need to make a thorough survey to be sure.
Oh my god, my PC is dying. So they are communicating through singing? That's kinda cool. Oh my god, please stop dying, my PC. Oh my god, what the fuck is going on?
What was that?
Yeah, that's really bad. My PC is like constantly dying here. I think the sniper is still there. Oh my god!
Here's another one.
Die like the rest,
Thanks for giving me a chance to shoot at you. Oh wait.
Right, damn 4-foot nothing. Yeah, so when I shoot, incoming.
Oh, I didn't mean to shoot at them.
Going after him.
There was a lot of noise, but I don't know what. Is it here? I came from here. Oh. That's like the dumbest thing you could have done, stupid.
Same team, pendejo.
Same team, pendejo. Well, aren't you the only pendejo here blocking my bullet? Wildlife? I think that's wildlife. That's so cool though.
That was too close.
I mean, not much I can do when the ship comes in. I assume they're not afraid of this. What the heck? Ow. Oh, that was weird.
Cortana, the Covenant's getting nosy. I don't want to give away my position, so I'm rerouting a few stragglers back to you. I apologize. These Pelicans are all the support you're gonna get.
Understood, ma'am.
I didn't hear what they're saying. So no more reinforcements? I will think there's a strat with strafing with their melee, but you need to break their armor for the sword to work. Oh, that was weird. Hi, Roxas. Actually, I don't think there's going to be enemy here, right? I kind of want to go for a tiny break. You know, I want to mention, let's say coffee is working right now. The coffee was strong this morning. I'm surprised. And coffee put people to sleep? Not for me, I guess. Here, let me put this one on and then put this one on. Hide this one. Put this one full screen. One last bit of weapons to drop to you, but you're on your own after this, basically. Ah, okay. Fingercrafter playing SDO? Yeah, SDO, okay, only, man. Alright, I'll be right back, real quick. Just gonna... Yeah, coffee, right? Coffee. I'll be right back. In the meantime, don't forget to take care of yourselves as well. Couple big Dragon could use a coffee about now too. I usually drink coffee every time I go to eat in the morning. So yeah. Today we went to a new place to eat and their coffee tasted pretty strong, I feel like. And yeah, it sure feels that way. Cowboy's fine now. Playing Power Simulator 2 takes a toll on Switch 2 too. Well, anyway, I should drink some water then. Ow, ow, ow. Alright, I'm good. Let me just put this one back in and then close this one. Bam. Okay, there we go. Right, back at the game. We can continue now. I still don't know if I want to use the carbine or... I mean, dual plasma rifle feels really good though.
A gondola is launching from the far towers. Big surprise, it's full of Covenant reinforcements.
Ooh, shotgun. Wait, there's a distinct lack of shotgun in this game, no? Oh.
Jerk. You're dead, pig!
Man, how did you allow me to find Earth?
That's alright, I'd hide from me too.
Hey, here he is!
Ah, he's mine!
You know what? You are the best.
Wow.
Well, they were nice enough to bring us a ride.
I should probably try some shotgun. Never really get a chance to play shotgun, to be honest. Start gondola? One-way ticket. What's a gondola?
Oh, I had that one out. Mess them up good.
We're going away.
What's up?
This lake couldn't have been formed by volcanic action, which means it was either built this way on purpose or was created by some other cataclysmic event. Oh, sorry, were you trying to kill something?
Over here. You know what? You're a sandwich short of a picnic, sweetheart. I can't see it.
Wow, shotgun sucks dick. Shotgun actually sucks ass. Holy shit, it's so bad. Oh,
Hey,
okay.
anytime you want more, mate, you know where I am.
Gondola is a hanging train or car suspended up by wires or cables. In this case, the car is suspended by energy. Oh, like that? Oh! Energy.
Oh, hell yeah! I'm in anguish over here.
I'm in anguish over here. I like the NPC dialogue.
Don't let him get away! Hey now! You think I will quit, eh?
Ooh. Hey, I'm not gonna judge, you know? They seem to be enjoying dancing. Oh, I think I heard praises, I think. Eevee is too nice. The b-boy dance? Dang.
Ah, now I see. There's a submerged section that connects these towers to the outlying structures. Looks like we're going down. Unless you'd prefer to swim.
Full car coming up!
Full cock? What? You say could die after eating chili chicken and live for days so they can't even finish all of it? They wouldn't know after they tried it. Did the sniper bullet just bounce off the energy shield? That's so cool. What are we doing? Oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
I've intercepted a secure transmission from Regret's carrier to something called high charity. It seems to be a formal apology to the prophets of truth and mercy.
Hey, Horse
Apparently,
Dragon.
Regret jumped the gun when he attacked Earth. He's asking the other prophets to forgive his premature arrival, arguing that no human presence was foretold. That explains why there were so few ships in his fleet. But it's odd a prophet would have such bad intel about his enemy's homeworld.
Weird. Hope Horse Dragon is doing good, but I can...
You, mind pointing that somewhere else, Chief?
No. Want to say that again? That's what I thought. Never had Marine survive to this
I can
point.
do this all day, mate.
I got lucky, I guess.
I see one.
Give bullet. Doing well, thanks. Heck yeah. I have to ask my partners to forgive my premature arrival sometimes too. Ask my partners to forgive my premature arrival.
Take more than that to scare me.
Premature arrival? To where? But why would Mama Dragon needs to apologize about that? Dumb Lou joke ignore. Eh? Is that Lou? Oh no.
What, more of them? Ah! Hey!
Too bad. Sniper? Yeah, where are you going? That's so low, and why are you getting there so early? Hush? Ooh, what? Kobo confused. Run! I shouldn't have jumped down. Nice parkour.
And people say I've got a big head.
Where's the sniper? Oh. Morning, Peter. Holy, 105 streams, like. Thank you, Peter. Morning, morning, welcome. That does nothing, right? They only flinch, but that doesn't really do anything.
Good girl, Kobo. Pet leg.
Nice, thank you. Do you never attack? Do you just never attack? Is that it? Well, have fun with the dick. That worked. Huh. His friends just left him for dead. Good job, Kobo. Ah, Kobo did something cool. Heck yeah. Oh, this is where I was. What the? Oh, that was weird. Thanks for the sword. I don't know how I didn't die there, but I'll take it. Plasma rifle feels really strong in this game, honestly. New elevator?
Regret's carrier just received a response from High Charity. A very well encrypted message from the Prophet of Truth. Listen to this. Your haste has jeopardized the fulfillment of our covenant, threatened our grand design. That you shall be spared a public display of our contempt is thanks only to Mercy and his wise counsel. Truth, Mercy, Regret. 3 prophet hierarchs. Killing Regret should shake up the covenant leadership. But frankly, it sounds like you might be doing Truth a favor.
Ooh, I'm trying to shake their trust. Shatter. So if I were to kill Regret, then Truth would be like, oh no, you bitch, you killed Regret, and then Truth would be like, hey hey, right, the hey hey at the background. This place doesn't look right. I'll take it. I would drink. It's kind of funny how, I mean, to be fair, I didn't update my Xbox profile, but every time I see this name, it's like, oh, right, I used to be, I used to go by this name, but not anymore. Such an interesting feeling. I don't need to kill all of them. Well, now I do. Let's try the Nita. Nice. Run away, Grunt having a nightmare. Oh yeah, they were asleep. Poor grunts. I didn't want to kill them all, but they woke up. They could stay asleep, but... Please, lucky please.
This is my last run, Chief. I'm nearly out of fuel. We've secured the first tower cluster, so I'll set down there. Call when you're ready for evac.
Do I need you there? Oh my god. Oh, we got friends again. Oh no.
If he doesn't kill you, I will. What's that? You want more?
Ooh.
I told you not to mess with me.
Right, no more plasma
You're all right, mate?
rifle. As much as I love plasma rifle, but it's... There's no plasma rifle. Well, some. I don't use like one plasma rifle, one pistol. It feels very weird.
There, another gondola. Looks like it leads straight to the main temple.
Another one of these death traps?
Not much
If you
further
forget
now.
about the Covenant and the fact that we're stuck on a freaky alien world, it's really kind of fun.
It's actually kind of fun. Freaky alien world. Well, it's giving me a bunch of rocket launchers. That should do. Okay, I can pick up this at any point, so that's inside the gondola, right? Okay. Just in case, I don't know if that was inside the gondola. Right, here we go.
How's it going, you two? So far, so good. We're approaching the main temple now. Roger that. I'm as close to the library as I can get. There's some sort of barrier. We're trying to find a way around it. I'll keep you posted.
Holy shit. Oh my god, savage. 2 more sniper shots, just in case they don't die. Ooh. Oh my god, lucky. Give. There's another one here. Oh! Double plasma rifle! Oh, music is very different here.
I'm on it.
Does the thing never break? Oh, we did it.
That's the largest Covenant fleet I've ever seen. The largest anyone's ever seen. Get inside the temple and kill Regret before it can stop us.
Oh shit.
Look at the size of it.
Alright, I'm going in.
The Covenant fleet has launched multiple waves of phantoms. Too many for me to track. We don't have much time.
Flags up.
Honor guards all over this place. Watch your back.
Look at the plasma rifle doing work. Holy. Did it just squeak? Another. The grunt squeaking.
You dare to interrupt my sermon?
Yeah.
There's the target. Take him out.
Ooh, boss fight?
journey will not be postponed.
Ow!
Human filth! You found this holy place. Incompetent! I'll kill it myself! Your very existence offends me, demon.
Am I doing it?
Fool! You've made yourself an easy target.
His throne is shielded. It's deflecting everything you throw at it. Get in close and do whatever you can.
Ah, okay.
Warriors, attack! The demon must die!
Get fucked. Ah. Thanks, Cortana.
Bad news. The Phantoms are turning around. The fleet is preparing to fire on our position. We need to get out of here.
We did it! Hell yeah, we got him! Cortana's tip was very helpful. Yo, Master Chief is so cool. Master Chief is so cool, holy shit. Run! I wanna see what this looks like. Oh, that's very different. Damn, they reworked. They reworked the cutscene entirely. Crazy.
This is not your grave. But you are welcome in it.
Something pulled Chief down, so we did? Ash, oh my god. Hi, co-op friend, oh my goodness. Hope Ash is doing good. Hentai pulled the Chief. Chief is so fucking cool, oh my god. Also, hi, Bert. Welcome. Regret. So we killed Regret just like that? We punch him 6 times, I think? Or was it 7 times? I didn't count. Feels good though. I love punching. I'm good. Oh, Queen of Cold. Wait, since when I become the Queen of Cold? Since I become the Queen of Kobolds. Also, hope Merp is doing fantastic.
This is unprecedented. Unacceptable.
The Hierarch is dead, Commander.
His murderer was within our grasp. If you had not withdrawn our phantoms...
Are you questioning my decision?
No, Holy One. I only wish to express my concern that the brutes...
Recommissioning the Guard was a radical step. But recent events have made it abundantly clear that the elites can no longer guarantee our safety.
I shall relay your decision to the Council.
And then the heretic.
How tiresome. Do you know, Arbiter, the elites have threatened to resign, to quit the High Council, because of this exchange of hats?
We have always been your protectors.
These are trying times for all of us.
I want to see the
Even as the
classic a
humans'
little bit.
annihilation filled us with satisfaction, the loss of one of the sacred rings racked our hearts with grief. Racked our hearts.
We
Oh, that was very
renewed our
different.
faith in the prophecy that other rings would be found, and see how our faith has been rewarded.
Halo, its divine wind will rush through the stars, propelling all who are worthy along the path to salvation.
But how to start this process? For ages we searched for one who might unlock the secrets of the rings. An oracle. And with your help, we found it.
With appropriate humility, we plied the oracle with questions, and it, with clarity and grace, has shown us the key.
You will journey to the surface of the ring and retrieve this sacred icon. With it, we shall fulfill our promise.
Salvation for all.
And begin the great journey.
But doesn't triggering Halo kills the entire
Once the shield
Earth?
is down, we will head straight to the library. I do not wish to keep the Hierarchs waiting.
Wait, not
The human
Earth.
killed the Prophet of Regret. Who was it? Who do you think? The demon is here? Why? Looking for a little payback? Retrieving the icon is my only concern. Of course.
I assume I play as Arbiter now. That doesn't look good.
Lower the shield, Arbiter. I'll pick you up when you finish.
Oh, thank you. Since about yesterday, there was a combo committee meeting about it? What? Uncomfortable silence. New enemy? Doesn't look like enemy, doesn't feel like enemy. It kills most living things. They think it will save them and take them to alien heaven. Oh, salvation for all. That's kinda funny. Hello. I guess back. They dodged the moment I pressed melee. I mean, they're not hurting me, so I guess it's fine. Nice. The best weapon in the game. Dual plasma rifle. Guess I'm jumping down. Are we in the spooky section again? How did I die? I don't think red is a good idea. See, this is amazing though, right? The Halo 2 remaster and original looks very close, and I think that's amazing. Higher graphical fidelity without changing too much of the setting of the game. It's like amazing. Halo 1 messed up the, to be fair, they only have like 6 months to do it, so yeah, that's very understandable. Halo 2 remaster is like definitely what I prefer here. Although I've been told that there will be like a music change between classic and remaster. So I am not attacking it. Oh, point taken. So I beat Baroni. You wanna know the funniest thing? What's the funniest thing? For combat, once I realized AP and magic resist were king, everything turned into chum change, to the point even bosses kinda just got rolled over. The hardest part, the thing that did the most damage to me, was once more boulders, specifically the non-random ones. Traps. Oh, friendly. Oh, I'm playing as Arbiter, right? That's friendly too?
Arbiter, our savior!
Oh.
Jackal, say thank you.
Stupid jackal? Who's Tartarus again? Like, I kid you not, once I actually got some extra armor, it just turned way easy. Can you beat Baroni? I thought it's like a endless survival thing. Say 5 stages plus or minus some shenanigans. Oh, only 35. What are you doing?
Big, scary thing! Run away! Please! No, Meg, go back!
Big scary thing? Who?
More bad things! Arbiter! Protect! Protect!
The grunts.
Another enemy!
I guess I'll just keep going. Not a lot of enemies here, considering the sacred icon is here.
Break the shield's power source, shadows. Wait till it loses intuition. Then strike the beast when it's back to Earth.
I mean, it's not my fault they decided to just fight that thing out, like, head on. So I guess we're on a stealth mission now. Do you think that's a weak point? I mean, whoever that voice was just told me that it's useless to fight them up front. But how about at the back? Let's take this slow. Oh, there was tartars? Tartar sauce? I like tartar sauce.
Release the power source. Now, find a way to remove it from its crater.
I don't think I have any like good firepower to go against that thing. Okay, what are we doing here? What are we doing here? Ooh. The power source? Must be that thing. What happened? Buyer's remorse. Oh, I don't know why. I don't know why I did kill that thing, but we did it. Oh, we're moving. Oh, maybe that's why it died. I think that's friendly, no?
Our path to the library is clear. Pick you up on the ledge ahead.
that's a bad ship, no? Boop. You were meant to fight that thing first, I guess, but I decided to turn into a stealth mission so I triggered the failsafe. So I was cool? I've been spoiled by Kobo friend, oh my god. Honestly, I actually had no idea how excited I was last night before I went EP. Ow, my ear. I don't think that's enough firepower to destroy that thing. I guess I was very much the same. Good to know. I'm glad that we felt the same way. Feels like endless enemy. Weird. Feels like plasma gun might not be the best against these things. I hope using 2 of these guns is a good idea.
Proceed to the objective. We'll hold down as long as we can. Get her off me! Suppressive fire! Suppressive fire!
Sergeant Banks? Oh, I'm playing as Arbiter, so they are my enemy, right? Oh, it feels weird now I have to kill Marines. Maybe shotgun is good against these things. What the? Where'd you come from? Feels like shotgun could be good against these things. What? Yeah, shotgun feels really good against these guys. Yeah, those little flood is more troublesome now. The fuck? They don't always jump at me though. What? What happened? Was there a shotgun behind me? I guess there was. Maybe shotgun is not bad. Well, that worked. Yeah, shotgun definitely helped there. Maybe it's like a different situation with different gun. Yeah. need to think about this. Hmm? I didn't like that. Work is getting busy. Dragon is gonna have to lurk the rest of the stream probably. No, it's okay, Mama Dragon. All the best with work. Thanks for stopping by. Kobo appreciates. Thank you, Mama Dragon. Don't think I like that. It's not here. Where do I go? They don't jump this high, okay. Okay, shotgun is like truly close range shotgun now. If you're not close range, it would just whiff the entire shot. Feels kind of funny, but I don't know. It feels fine. Just a little weird, that's all. Ooh. I might need that. have to lock on first before I shoot? I don't think it was aimed for me. So that's the weak point? Okay, okay. I don't even know if it's possible to destroy that thing. I came from here. Yeah, I came from here. Maybe I don't need this. I don't need to destroy that thing. Let's hope not killing that thing is not going to bite me in the ass later. This place stinky. So their passing is like they always try to get behind me. Endless enemy, I think. To be fair, this place is very stinky, so understandable. Well, guess I keep going.
Negative, ma'am. They are not Covenant. Cover that doorway!
Looks like they're kind of chasing someone else, no? I assume I have to fight. I assume Arbiter and Master Chief is going to cross guns sometimes.
Excuse me, but I must interrupt. Because, well, the Kobo. Shush is a good girl, and she needs lots of pets.
Hey, I like lots of pets. I even like being a pet, huh? What? Where? Stealth. Going completely invisible is so good. This is the original? Holy, I mean, original looks good as heck. I mean, sure, graphical, like the remaster one looked really good too, but this is the original graphic? Holy crazy. Amazing game, amazing. Alright, let's keep going. Don't know how much deeper we're going, but we're going a lot deeper.
A pet. Inhale. Pet. Ah, pet. There's a good girl.
Inhale. Pet, good. Am I on? Oh, I was on classic. This is like, yeah, that's amazing. Like, I didn't know I was on I didn't know I was at classic. Oh my god, sword. To destroy that thing. And to be fair, I don't even know what this thing is. Alright, down we go. Oh my god, this place is crazy deep. Oh, can't see anything anymore. Now I can see. Oh my god! 100,000 years war? Damn, that looks crazy. Absolute cinema. Oh my god. Did you just kill me? That freaking elite forces killed me!
Forerunners be praised, the Arbiter. This quarantine zone has... Our commander has landed further in. Let us join That's good enough. Thanks for the head pick. I should drink. I need to drink more water, honestly. Thank you, Karasu. Oh, hi again, Grey Fox Guardian. How long do you plan on hiding, coward? Yes!
Oh wait, that's... I thought the turret is bad.
How many is that?
Sorry. I love how they taunt. I don't think I should jump down.
Arbiter, what are you doing here?
Me? What? Hello, Arbiter, aim properly, yeah. They can't aim. I thought I'm the one that cannot aim, but apparently they are the one that cannot aim, not me.
Come out! Your death will be quick and painless.
Are those bad or the... Was that a good ship? It fucking almost killed me. Dangerous ship. Hi.
In the center of this zone is a sacred icon critical to the Great Journey. I must find it.
We shall cut into the heart of this infestation, retrieve the icon, and burn any flood that stand in our way. The parasite is not to be trifled with. I hope you know what you're doing.
I mean, I think I know. The cutscenes are like objects in mirror are larger than they appear. The cutscenes are just like absolute cinema quality now, it's crazy. Where do they want me to go?
Forcer, through the vehicle! We'll need their heavy guns! Onward to the sacred icon!
I guess they got it. I'm just gonna get in, it's fine. Give me a knife. I don't like this.
What? The parasite controls our vehicle? No matter. You will die all the same.
I don't think that's a good idea to waste my ammo like that. Guess we might need this. Oh wow, they're so easy to destroy. Hello? Oh, you're back. Now they can differentiate between good and bad now. They're the same vehicles as we do. I exploded myself. I don't know how I managed to do that, but I exploded myself. Oh, I need the vehicle firepower.
I'm on my way.
Oh my god, they're tank. Oh wow. Ow, ow. I'm just trying to help. Are we just trying to hold up here? I mean, the music is pretty neat, but I don't know what I'm doing though. Oh, the music is going crazy too. Sounds close enough. It's just the guitar is more like healthy competition. Oh, friendly, friendly. I'm surprised how easy that thing gets destroyed. The visuals looks crazy. I want to get out before the vehicle explodes. Whoa! Well, goddamn. It's best to destroy all of these before progressing. Holy tough. Dang, I didn't know those things are so hard to kill. Holy shit.
Come home, and I promise your death will be quick.
Oh, that's bad. Feels like we might need the ghost here still. Yeah, we need a ghost to kill those ships. Even though the ghost is already like at the verge of breaking, I mean, look at this. But still, here we go. Oh, you're good. Oh, get out! Ugh. Oh no!
How long will you hide, coward?
How'd you get to drive that ship? Time to go. Wow, that worked pretty well. Oh, this is only a one-person drive? Sorry, you can have it. What if I get ran over? Would that be funny? I mean, my own ally ran me over. guess I gotta drive it. I didn't want to destroy it. This one looks vacant. Oh, it's just destroyed though. No. Every vehicle is just broken. Oh! Holy. Well, at least we got to a checkpoint on foot. Whoa! What happened? I didn't even know who shot me. Oh, that worked. Okay. Oh, I guess my last elite forces died as well. Let me check something. Okay. Oh wow, can I really deal with that tank? It looks like it's occupied. Oh, okay. Sounds close enough. Oh. Huh. I wonder what happened. Okay, maybe don't drive Wraith. Did I get like sucked in by that thing? What is it? Hello, welcome. I'm gonna die. Oh. Why is it like this time it's not occupied? Okay, now it's occupied. Oh, you're not occupied anymore. Wait! Don't shoot! Hiya. Don't do it. Okay, okay. Wait, I should have hijacked it. Is it safe to use this thing then? Oh. I don't think this fits. Oh. And this fifth sword. I think this is where I'm supposed to go. Hope you're doing good. What is it? What is it? Gun? Look at the cheating. How do I even get that huge of a vehicle in there? Oh wow, they destroyed it. Wow. Looks like endless enemy. If it's endless enemy, I'm just gonna keep going then. Oh. What happened? They dodged my charge in. Weird, no shotgun? Where did that shotgun unit came from then? Weird. This is quite a long stage though, to be honest. Or at least it feels like a long stage. do I go? Pretty sure I came from there, no? Yeah, I'm pretty sure, fairly sure that I went from there. Checkpoint done? Was it supposed to just hold up here? Oh, that's... Well, that's honestly not obvious at all.
Excuse the V, but she says you are a good girl and need more pet pats.
As a kobold, there's never enough pet. Never enough pets. Uh-oh. I don't know what I'm doing. You're telling me I'm supposed to do what now? I guess I have to hijack a vehicle there. That's a weird fight. Not really any vehicle back here though. Nice, the lock-in's so good. That worked out. At least that worked. Ow. I'm just being out like fire powered, EG. Friend. You mean a friendly unit is trying to kill me then?
Danger is not...
I came from here, no? Where am I going? I guess here. I'm so confused. Wait, I came from here? So I guess I'm going through this tunnel. No. Got him. Ooh, I wanna play that. I'm gonna play this one. Drive the Scorpion when playing as the Arbiter? Oh! Are they friendly? Oh, they're friendly. Oh, I've been killing all of them. Whoop, unlucky. Whoa! Don't do it! Oh my god, that's like the scariest thing ever. that fucking tank was pointed at me. Oh my god. Oh, I think I need a moment for that. Holy shit. Oh. That one might have been the scariest thing ever. I would disintegrate if they shot right there. Holy shit.
More humans. They must be after the Icon. On your way, Arbiter. I'll deal with these beasts.
Oh, they trust me now? See them all. It's so different.
I see that coward didn't join you. I'll do what I can to keep the flood off your back.
Oh, that coward? What? Oh, is it bad that they didn't join me? I thought they're trying to drive back the human.
The higher-ups do not look kindly on failure. I grow restless without a target. Look, up ahead. The parasite gathers for an attack.
Oh, you're right. Kobe.
Ah!
That doesn't work. Did that work? Why are they jumping off?
Yes, brother.
Oh, they're not jumping up. They're jumping to where I am.
Enemy of our lord.
It would be nice if I can see. Holy!
On the right side. Maybe they'll shoot him down. They are demolished. Another victory.
I can just follow them. The AI seems to know where to go. I don't. Yeah, plus my weapons are not good against them. Oh! 2 shots? What happened? I only heard 2 gunshots and I died.
Hold the field of battle.
Oh! I cannot tell friend from foe. This is really bad. Whoa! Okay, yeah, they are really good shoot. Not gonna appear here, I think.
Behold the library of our lord. The humans are already inside, Arbiter. After them, I'll watch the perimeter.
Wow, that was an entirely lucky shot. Good God, what the fuck? Oh my God, I start from here. What the
Well
fuck?
done.
That's so dumb. So if I stay here, they just don't spawn from here anymore? Sure feels like it. So if I'm down there, I leave immediately and then they spawn.
Behold the library of our lord. The humans are already inside, Arbiter. After them, I'll watch the perimeter.
Excuse me? That is so rude.
Victory!
What? Am I not shooting at them?
Behold the library of our lord. Humans are already inside, Arbiter. After them, I'll watch the perimeter.
I feel I might have killed them. cannot see shit. That old familiar feeling. So, how do you want me to get it? I mean, I would get it. I have never been so confused. Ah, okay.
We will protect this vessel. It may be our only means of escape. Retrieve the Icon, Arbiter, for the Covenant and the journey!
Okay, guess I'm alone. I just realized what they're trying to do. Are they not trying to... Are they not trying to resurrect these things? Wait, that's our ship. Did I go the wrong way? Oh, this is the other people's shit. I'm so confused. This is my own ship, no?
It isn't the Arbiter.
Oh my god, no, wait. Well, so, am I trying to go into other people's shit or something? Yeah, this is fucked up now. Like, you cannot see anything here. I guess it is moody, the lighting wise, but I would rather get visual clarity than, you know, the lighting being just right. For a game like this, anyway. Wow, the classic feels much better. That music, this music is a little bit too, like, big.
Time for more pat pats. Pat 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 pat
Oh.
pat 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 pat. There's a good girl. Pat 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 pat.
What? Oh, how did I miss this? No, wait. I don't know how I managed. Don't know how I managed to miss that.
Gotcha.
You know, your father never asked me for help either.
The index is secure.
Mackenzie, Perez, how's our exit? You hear me, Marines? We got trouble.
Ooh. Classic. Oh, very different. Oh, Arbiter.
How you doing?
How you doing?
Sergeant, stay down! Johnson, you all right? Johnson!
Uh-oh.
Excellent work, Arbiter. The Hierarchs will be pleased. The Icon is my responsibility. Was your responsibility. Now it is mine. A bloody fate awaits you and the rest of your incompetent race. And I, Tartarus, chieftain of the brutes, will send you to it. And the prophets learn of this, that they will take your head when they learn. Fool. They ordered me to do it.
Oh shit. Fuck, man. So much betrayal. So much betrayal. Why? Not the Arbiter. Arbiter feels like he's just trying to redeem himself, and then just keep getting betrayed and betrayed over and over again. At some point, I mean, at this point, I just feel bad for Arbiter now. I mean, what the heck?
What is that?
Oh shit.
Your sins.
Oh.
Relax. I'd rather not piss this thing off.
Demon. This one is machine and nerve, and has its mind concluded. This one is but flesh and faith, and is the more deluded. Kill me or release me, parasite. But do not waste my time with talk. There is much talk.
Oh my god.
I have listened through rock and metal and time. Now
Oh my god.
I shall talk, and you shall listen.
He looks so disgusting.
I am 2401 Penitent Tangent. I am the monitor of Installation 05.
And I am the Prophet of Regret, Council of Most High, Hierarch of the Covenant.
A reclaimer? Here? At last. We have much to do. This facility must be activated if we are to control this outbreak.
Stay where you are. Nothing can be done until my sermon is complete.
Not true. This installation has a successful utilization record of 1.2 trillion simulated and 1 actual. It is ready to fire on demand.
Of all the objects our lords left behind, there are none so worthless as these oracles. They know nothing of the great journey!
And you know nothing about containment. You have demonstrated complete disregard for even the most basic protocols.
This one's containment. And this one's great journey are the same. Your prophets have promised you freedom from a doomed existence. But you will find no salvation on this ring. Those who built this place knew what they wrought. Do not mistake them. All will perish as they did before.
This thing is right. Halo is a weapon. Your prophets are making a big mistake.
Your ignorance already destroyed one of the sacred rings, demon. It shall not harm another. If you will not hear the truth, then I will show it to you. There is still time to stop the key from turning. But first it must be found. You will search one likely spot, and you will search another. Fate had us meet as foes, but this ring will make us brothers.
God, that looks disgusting. Grave mine? Hello?
We are, all of us, gravely concerned. The release of the parasite was unexpected, unfortunate, but there is no need to panic. In truth, this is a time to rejoice. A moment that all the Covenant should savor. For the sacred icon has been found. With it, our path is clear, our entry into the divine beyond guaranteed. The great journey is nigh, and nothing, not even the flood, can stop it.
Oh. He just dropped Master Chief in here.
Kill the demon.
Gravemind just fucking puts the Master Chief inside the ship. Oh my god, okay, I'm doing it, I guess.
The faster you can kill those brutes, the better. They don't have shield generators, but take them out before it's berserking.
How weird that there's no
Demon
more.
has infiltrated the council chamber. Protect the hierarchs. Seal the exits.
Oh, I don't think so.
Gravemind giving the Arbiter his secret king. I mean, would be hard if Gravemind doesn't look like that. like that. I don't think I like how Gravemind looks. Also, hi Kobo. we having new enemies here? Wow, that thing is tough to kill. Hope Cobalt is doing good. Wow, Nicola is really good against these guys. Okay, okay. Brute plasma rifle? Oh yeah, okay, 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 okay.
Put me down on one of the pedestals near the door.
I like this gun, oh my god. I mean, I already love plasma rifles. Especially dual wielding plasma rifles.
That prophet, Truth, he has the index. You've got to take it from him. Let me get these doors. Go. It'll be easier to track Truth if I stay in the network.
Okay. You like that rifle?
Right this way.
Uh-oh. Oop. Sexy Cortana. You know, Cortana would be sexier if, you know, if Cortana's a dragon. Would be nicer. Alright, any more red plasma? I don't think there's any more red plasma gun. Unfortunate. I'm right, right? Glad we agree. Oh. Hi, Metal. Why do I have the humanoid unlike my AI to be dragon? Looks like I'm already working again.
Don't worry, you can pick me up later.
We tried. Apparently pretty fun, I like that.
this way.
Watch out for the captain. He's got a brute stock.
Oh, shit. No. No. Is it dead? Did I kill it? Hi again, Mark. I'm here. When I say hi earlier, I already had to go again, but now I'm here. I miss so much Halo. Oh, it's okay. I mean, I don't know how much you missed, to be honest. Quite a lot, I think. Yeah, I mean, there were a lot of times where I'm just sort of lost and don't know what I'm doing.
Truth is moving through the lower levels of the tower. I'll reverse this grav lift. Drop down, try to cut him off. It's safe, really. Just step in.
I don't like it. Are you sure?
After that stunt on the Cairo, I know you're not afraid of heights.
Ow. Ow for them as well. Good old brute plasma rifle. I got it the first time. I'm already in love. Plasma rifle, which is good in this game.
All approaches to the holding pens. Slay the demon on sight.
They're beefing up their patrols. Stay sharp.
More bullet. Pew pew. This pew pew is so good. Look at that. Decimate. Ooh. Nice nade. Higher fire rate and damage compared to the regular plasma rifle, but move fast, much faster overheat. Oh, I didn't even realize the overheat part. Because I always have like a very controlled, slow rate of fire. I think that helps. I didn't even realize it like overheats faster.
Wait a minute. I'm reading Marine IFF transponders. The signals are originating somewhere below your position.
where'd you guys come from? Whoa! Oh, nice. Oh my god, Grunt, hell yeah, you're the best. Thank you. Ow. What a shame that they got rid of Plasma Rifle in Halo 4. Really? No. It's like one of my favorite guns. I mean, Plasma Pistol has always been my go-to, and then this game is all about Plasma Rifle. Well, Plasma Pistol still works too, but yeah. Like right now I have to use Plasma Pistol because I don't have much bullet anymore. But it works. And it's good enough.
There's another lift in the next room.
Why are you charging at me? I got stuck. Whoa! Rude. No, someone else was shooting at me. What's my other weapon? Oh. What? Okay, remember this one here? Oh, that's a big one. Oh. Interesting. Chinese Lion Dance going on now? I guess it is almost Chinese New Year. Ow. Where's your gun, brother? Wonder what happened. Instead, your assault carbine? which kind of works like a plasma rifle, but it's uglier. In Halo Infinite, they got rid of even more weapons. Huh. That makes me kind of sad. Alright, is there a way to get back up?
Here, Chief, jump in.
Wait! I want to get the gun up there. Yes, sir. Ooh, even more bullet? I wish I can get more bullet, like... get more bullet into the guns I'm using. You know, like how if I have a shotgun and I walk over a shotgun, I can get more bullets off the shotgun. Oh, you're right. Whoop! I got 2 full bullets. Power machine shotgun is also missing from Infinite. What? That's true. There were multiple enemies there. Cortana, is this
There
right?
are 2 groups of Marines in this detention block. I'll zero their locations. You neutralize the guards. Quietly.
What? Oops. You know, Cortana, that's like the most impossible shit you ever told me, is to neutralize them quietly. Ay, ay, ay. It's the heavy light sword. Imagine how many calories it has. A lot, I think. I mean, sword has good crunch to it, no? Hi, Jake.
Come to the middle level, Chief. The Marines are just inside. Careful of the guards.
Yeah, well, it's right behind me, dude. Ooh, that's gonna hurt. Thanks for helping me shooting that brute. How cold will be considering the recent activities? I might need more information as to what it is. Is it about politics or is it about my own situation? Got him. Your situation, couldn't really care about politics? Oh,
Listen up, Marines. The Chief's hunting a prophet, and you're gonna help him kill it.
No sense sticking around here!
Well,
One more group of Marines to go, Chief.
my own situation is like the relationship I have between them. Sorry, I don't. When they're being shot from everywhere possible. The power latex, right? Yeah, I'm sick of them as well. I'm tired, but overshoot some nice knife. Yeah, the situation between me and that person that's been ignoring me for the longest time is, well,
Come to the lower level.
not the best, I
More
would say.
guards, get ready.
Oh, that's a brute. If more brute plasma rifle would be nice. You know, I had to do it. I don't know what that guy was thinking. I was like, move on and forget, but last time I said that the someone actually how fucking hard it is to do that, not even a week later. It's been months for me. It's really hard. I mean, like I mentioned on Blue Sky Post, he's the first person to make me open up to him entirely. So I get how you feel about that as well, but it's also kinda hard for me to just move on from him. How shall I wait to move on and forget, because that shit ain't gonna help anyone. I appreciate that a lot, thank you. Well, I've been trying to move on from him as well. Trying to. And lately I've been reaching out to more people, so that helps too. Yeah, I'm trying.
That's all of the Marines, Chief. Good work.
May not be the best, but I'm trying. It's been like months. I mean, it's even harder for me too, because they mentioned that they're going to visit me at some point.
Get out of here the same way we came in, the central grav lift.
And holy hell, am I excited for him to like visit me someday? But I don't know if it's going to be empty promises. What's that? What's that? What's that?
Hostile reinforcements coming down the lift.
What am I doing? I guess I'm going up. So you should reach out to Merv, grab him, make him sort moss by color. I sort moss by taste. So are we gonna argue? Oh. I will bite Merv. No, I don't wanna bite Merv though.
The lift is clear. Step on in.
I sort by taste? Oh, thank you. Tastes good. Tastes good. Put here.
I'm with you, sir.
It's unhygienic? No, it's moss. It tastes good.
Fear not, my brothers. The sacred icon is secure. It was Tartarus and his brutes who took the icon from the flood. For that they have our thanks.
Excellent. Truth is broadcasting on the move. It'll make him much easier to track.
Oh. Have an eaten and a not eaten moss pile. This is why Evie will get a firestone for her birthday. No, I mean Evie wanted to stay Evie, no? Oh, I hate these things. Good gun, good gun. Oh, where you come from? Can I heal, please? Thank you. Jesus fucking Christ, I hate those things with a passion. Imagine not grabbing a hit scan weapon. Yeah, have fun dealing with these things. Oh, yeah, that works. Infinite one because I got my Everstone charm. It's very pretty, and let's be honest, only cares about flare rounds at this point. Everstone good, no?
The elites have failed to protect the prophets, and in so doing put all our lives at risk. Let no warrior forget his oath. Thou and faith will keep us safe whilst we find the path.
I've got a fix on Truth just outside this tower, Chief. There's an exit nearby. Hurry.
Are they fighting each other? No, right? Red. You shoot one red boy, one blue ball. Where's Gojo? This is copyright infringement. Copyright infringement on what? I don't get it. Confused cowboy noises. Because I'm confused, I gonna bite Jade now. Oh. Long neck. Hollow purple joke? Gosh, I have no idea what that is. Oops. Well, I gonna bite Jake now. I mean, that worked out, no? I just stood there and took it. I just stood there and took it. Get killed by the Guardians. The Guardians are coming. What do you mean? What? Have I never been killed by the Guardians before? And I got this achievement? I shouldn't be getting that achievement. I'm the best. Holy shit. My other weapon is the knife. I don't think knife works against them now. There's only one nearby here.
My blessing, the brutes now lead our fleets. They ask for your allegiance, and you shall give it.
believe the number of kill systems the Covenant are throwing down around me. Not to worry.
Hunters hunted? Okay.
I guess they never expected a hostile intelligence to penetrate their network from the inside.
What? They're fighting each other? Why are they fighting each other? Confused. Oh. Let me that one, let me. Thank you. Oh, that was instant. Okay, we could. No one is good, right? Whoa, 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 whoa. Maybe I do need that gun. Alright, I'm using this one temporarily. There should be one more, no? Oh, guess not. Right, let's continue. Yeah, guess I'll switch it back for now. It's good enough. Combo 3 the pew pew on enemy territory? Yeah, so I should expect no allies here, right? If anything that moves, I should just shoot. Gun. They give the best gun.
Destroyed 2 of their own ships, and I'm hearing reports of small arms fire throughout their fleet.
Creatures of the Covenant, the path is broad and we shall walk it side by side.
Anti-teleported Mr. Chi into convenience store Aliens HQ, which is kind of funny how Master Chief just get teleported to in the middle of the conference going on, I think. And then fucking boo at the grunt just runs away. Oh my god, demon! It's so adorable. The story is absolute cinema, what can I say? Like they changed the cutscene so much as well.
Slip space rupture. It's in Amber Clad. Hailing. No response. She's crashed into another tower ahead of our position. I'll keep trying to make contact, but I'm not registering any human vital signs.
Well, whatever you're saying, it's just yipping yapping that I honestly don't even understand what she's trying to say here. Like, what she's saying. Like, who's she? Like, what happened? Oh, like, I don't know what happened. I'm here for the guns. Oh. Nice. Why are they just fighting each other? Did you just went through the... Oh, you died here. Oh, okay. There's a human ship just now. Crashed into a tower some distance ahead of you. She tried to radio them, but no human life signs. Oh, okay. Oh, that helped me understand a little bit. Like, sometimes it's kind of hard to understand what's going on with all the guns going on as well. Or maybe I'm just like a slow, like, it's kind of hard for me to absorb the information that's in front of me, so I guess that's why as well. I don't know. Yeah, exactly, too much gun happening. I'll help you. Now I shoot you. Betrayal in an instant. I'm glad you like Halo. I do. Well, some parts is kind of annoying and bad, but you know, it would be extremely unfair of me to expect the game to be perfect. Obviously, there's gonna be some flaws, but the flaws. Well, the good, right? The good just outnumbers the bad so much. It's crazy. So I don't even mind, honestly. Did they come from here? I guess I can kind of sneak past them. I hate those guys though, like, they never miss. Okay, we could... Just gonna learn their trajectory. The carbines is great, but I have a bit of a problem when it comes to like weapons that I can zoom in, or zoom in general. Alright, when I get hit, even the tiniest bit of hit It just unzooms me. It's like, oh fuck, that's so annoying. So not a big fan of like snipers or just weapons that has like scope going on, right? And when two players try to hit each other with a sword, the hit cancel each other out. Samurai fight? Holy shit! Hello, I'm here now. I
Cast down the elites!
There are those who said this day would never come. What are they to say now?
Once the towers are cleared, we'll drive them from the lower districts!
Oh, guess I have to go this way. So, wait, fill me up again, right? Like, well, why are the Covenants fighting each other? Is that like a regret, the true faction and then the Arbiter faction? Is that what's going on? The brutes and the elites have a dispute. Oh, the brutes and the oh, the brutes were the one that stole the key from Arbiter, right? That's the brute species? Because the elites are what Sang something, I forgot what their name is. Tartarus Bong the Arbiter? Yeah, Tartarus is fuck ass. I hate him. Sang Haley, yeah, there's the Sang Haley. Right. Thank you for not moving. Thank you very much. There's a hidden cutscene in Halo 2 accessible from the main menu that shows what happened to the downed Pelican in the mission outskirts. I don't even remember what happened, oh my god. Have I played through the outskirts? I think I did, right? I don't remember, I'm just sort of playing through the game here. Sure. Oh. Oh. Hell yeah. In the second mission, you find out Earthling Pelicans, right? Then the Scarab shows up and shoot 2 Pelicans down, you being in one of them. The cutscene show what happened to the other one. You actually find said Pelican at the beach later in the mission. Oh, I remember now, yeah. can watch it from the main other extras the cool cutscene can recommend. Alright, I'll keep that in mind. Is there an ambush here going on? There has to be an ambush here with all these.
I have listened to you, and it confirmed our deepest hope. The great journey begins with Halo.
The elites are falling back to the mausoleum. Fools! Their arbiter can do nothing for them now.
Who would doubt the prophets? What have we foretold?
Oh, I gave a sword. Too bad. So the brute judge is bullying the grunts now? Dum-dum. Damn. Yeah, Halo 2 definitely looks way better than Halo 1. I mean, obviously, right? But this is way more impressive than I thought, considering that this is the original graphics. It's so fucking good already, considering this is like, what, 2006? 8? I don't remember. I don't remember actually. I don't even know. But yeah, this is very fucking impressive already. Crap. And then they nailed it with the remastered graphic fidelity as well. It's great. Oh, they keep stalking me out with the best gun. Back in the days, look good. Even now, it look pretty good. Definitely really good.
Reminder, you're indeed a very good girl. Here is some bonus pat-pats. Pat.
The graphics didn't age so well. Good thing they did remaster. I mean, I can play like this, I'm pretty sure. This is still pretty good. The remaster on 1, they messed up though, unfortunately. More at the side. Got him. It's lunchtime, Lucky Schmirk. Have a good lurk. Thank you, man. Oh, hey, thanks for that too. I don't know who did it, but hey, thank you. Look at me. Look at the cobble. Did you just dodge that? Couple, fuck yeah. We love couple. Oh, hey. Yeah, that's good enough. Bullet. Whoa. I should just quickly get up there and fight them. My screen looked weird. The game utilizes the invisible enemies so well too. Like, they don't spam them. They put it where you least suspected it, right? It's like I already forgot about the existence of the invisible enemy, and then they suddenly hit me with all of them. It's like, oh shit. Whoa. If I can see him. The red one is too good. I don't know what's good with this gun though. Not a lot of bullets. Doesn't shoot fast, I feel like. Uh-oh. the fuck is shooting at me? I don't even know who's shooting at me. What the fuck? Ooh, no bullet. This should do.
If we're going to catch Truth, we'll need to take a shortcut, straight through the mausoleum. Look on the bright side. For now, they seem much more interested in killing each other.
I don't know. I don't even know where those fly guys come from. Oh, I got all of them. Whoa! I wonder what happened. I hate it when I don't see what killed me. Was it a bomb? I have no idea, honestly. No. You rod cannon? suddenly had the hitbox of the entire world. Might have been a kind of bad idea here. Is shooting ahead working? Doesn't work against them as well. Well, that was weird, but I'll take it. How long have you been here? What?
You might consider sitting this one out.
I guess I listened to Cortana. Let's see. The music is so good though. How can I sit this one out? Do I want to sit this one out? No, I'm killing all of them. Get a good vantage point. Whoa, what the fuck? Where did that come from? Maybe rushing like that would not be a good idea. Let's start from here. We're gonna clean house. Why do I feel like they have 2,000 health? Ow. Oh my god, wait, how fast can you shoot that gun? And how much health do they have? Okay, so knife doesn't work against them anymore. What's the point of knife again? If I don't one-shot them, they one-shot me back. Is it like intended that they're gonna one-shot me with knife here? And then they have like 20,000 health? So the game is like, oh, you're trying to kill everyone? Nah, let's have 20,000 health on everything. I didn't think they had this much health before. Did they jump down and hit me or something? I think this part is designed to be like they have 20,000 health or something. I never back down from a challenge, fuck this. Is that that's the elevator, right? Okay. It's pissing me off that they are just one-shotting me every time and then I have to like shoot them 10,000 bullets to kill them. I don't know if this is intended. I mean, this has to be intended, no? Botana said to sit this one out, but I just can't. Oh, I don't think I'm supposed to be down there.
picking up 2 more transponders. It's the Commander and Johnson. They're closing on Truth's position, Chief. They'll need your help.
Wait, I'm supposed to kill all of them? And then they have like 20,000 health, and then all of them just one-shots me always? Oh no. Oh, I walked into it. I didn't see that.
This way, Chief.
So I'm supposed to kill all of them? Well, what a funny section, I guess. I'm like, oh good, here we go.
This isn't good. I'm getting confirmed reports of flood leaving in Amberclad's wreckage. Let's get the index and find a way out of here before things get really ugly.
Oh, they got caught.
Split them up. One in each phantom.
The hopes of all the Covenant rest on your shoulders, Chieftain.
My faith is strong. I will not fail.
Let him be. The great journey waits for no one, brother. Not even you.
Oh shit, betrayal. Damn, so much betrayal. I've been playing for 6 hours, oh my god. How many more is there? I have no idea actually. Complete Grave Mine. Oh, there was Grave Mine. Well, Grave Mine was weird. I think I might have to stop. I might have to stop here for today, actually. I'm getting kind of hungry here. I should probably get some food first. I guess tomorrow Saturday. Guess we continue this one. Oh, now we're playing as Arbiter. Well, at least there's a gun for you. Oh, so that's how it is. What do you mean, so that's how it is? Well, I'm gonna stop here for today. Oh, I'm getting a little bit hungry here. Yeah. Let's save and quit. Yeah. I wanna get food. I wonder how many more is there for Halo 2. Halo 2 feels a lot more longer than 1, no? I don't know if it's just me or Halo 2 definitely feels a lot longer. Yeah. It definitely feels a lot longer. But in a good way though, right? There are a little bit of like repetitive situation here, but it's not as like it's not as obvious as the one in Halo 1, right? Halo 1 have repetitive sections that's like unfun, but this one, the repetitive section is alright, I would say. It's alright, right? It's fine, it doesn't make me feel like bleh, right? So 2 is great. Like Halo 2 is great. Music. Right, day. My room is getting like really dark here as well. Zeus playing Valheim. Ooh. With Brecky. Ooh. Wait, they are both playing Valheim. Holy crap. Yeah, I know I'm not like continuing with Valheim here, right? I don't know if there's going to be more dragons, but I already seen a dragon. The game looks cool. Game's fun, right? I think I hit enough Valheim for now, so that's why I didn't really continue with Valheim here. But yeah, Valheim's great. Hey, maybe at some point I might get back into the game someday. You never know. I never know, actually. I don't know, but maybe someday, yeah. Let's rate Zeus. Zeus is playing... Yeah, Zeus is playing... Valheim with Brecky. So, Brecky not streaming? Yeah, Brecky not streaming. Okay. Well, I found Ray Tyler. I'll just lurk in Johnny's channel then. Okay, let me just plot my stuff real quick. I have coffee. Coffee helps. Coffee nice. Take it here, take it 3. Thank you. Oh yeah, I should let Bernie talk about this for a bit. Hey Bernie.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Wow, Bernie. What? And I also have oh yeah, Discord channel. I guess I'm still blur. Wow. Discord channel. I announced my stream stuff over there, and there's a Dragon Simping corner as well. I think that's pretty much it. I don't think I have much to plug here. The best corner? Yeah. Sometimes when I have time, when I'm browsing Blue Sky or Twitter, I just sort of look at dragons and then like, ooh, dragon. And then I'll just share them to my Dragon Simping corner. Let's have a read message here. There. Of course, you guys can use whichever emote you guys want. It's totally fine. If you don't have my emote, yeah. I think that's pretty much it. Yeah, I guess. Tomorrow. Honestly, recently I kind of been thinking of playing games with either Ixen or Wrist. Like someday I kind of want to play Phasmo with Ixen or RV Daya with Ixen as well. I'm not too sure, honestly. Like, I want to play Halo, but I also want to like, I kind of want to branch out my stream a little bit more as well. Like, well, rather than saying branching out my stream, it's more like I kind of want to play games with more friends. Since for the past few years, my streams has been a lot of me playing games on my own. Right? I mean, don't get me wrong, I do enjoy doing this, but I feel like at some point I kind of want to try and reach out to a few more people, I think. You know, play games with them. Instead of like constantly declining the offer. So I'll think about it, right? I'll think about it. But for now though, let me just copy the right message and then let me type in the right Zeus real quick. Okay, there we go. I got the rate done. So before the raid though, Kobo still wants to stay. And thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you so much. And also know that you guys are heckin' loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. Kobo loves y'all, right? And here comes the raid to Zeus. Yeah. I feel weird today. I mean, obviously I feel weird because of the low blood sugar early in the morning. I mean, low blood sugar is so weird, right? It's like low blood sugar kind of makes me become a zombie of some sort, and like I'm just thinking of food. And then once the low blood sugar is like fine, right, after I eat stuff and I feel fine once again, the aftermath of low blood sugar, it's so bad, right? It kind of makes me feel like fatigued the entire day unless I go to EP again, which is like the weirdest thing ever. Right? It's weird, but hey, I'll be fine. I'm probably gonna sleep earlier tonight, or maybe I don't know. I'm not too sure. I'm not too sure what to do tonight, but one thing's for sure is I'm gonna get dinner. I'm so hungry. I want food. And yeah, as I always do, I'll just wait for the timer to go down, and yeah, tomorrow sleep is important. Yeah, sleep is very important. I'll play my Halo tomorrow, right? So take care, everyone. Kobo loves y'all. Take care. Bye. Love you.